right, let's get a thumbnail for Algora. Here we go. Are we good? Let's give it a second or two. All right. All right, cool. We are live on all the platforms. We can switch back to here. Ooh. Arm's a little sore, but not so bad. Went and got my COVID booster since I'll be traveling a bit here in the fall. All right, I got TwitchCon coming up quick. Respond back to that in a bit. So that's just an empty VS Code we can get rid of. All right, so that part's fine. Stuff is still booting, it looks like. That we can close. I'm regretting allowing Insomnia to stay running like this. So stuff's still booting up. That we're going to quit. All right, so yeah, the once every 3 month rebooting of the Mac Mini. We can probably start closing down some of these tabs. Basically, everything from here to the right is the working set. So that's a bit much. All right, we got way too many of these windows open. We need like 3 of them. Nope. We rebooted it. Because something went terribly wrong. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I know, computers, huh? Computers. Can anyone name the film? How do I keep Podman from starting up every single time? I really don't want it. Yeah, I know there's some way to do it. I don't care about that as much. I am caring most about the fact that, yeah, like, we're missing stuff here in the bottom. But it's also not recognizing my external drive. It does, but it's grayed out. So it's not mounted. Oh. So mount. Reset the NVRAM. Right, so shut down. So, Option, Command, P, and R. Oh. Could not mount. Oh, we see it now. Right, it at least sees that it's got it. Okay, so trying to mount it, canceling that, and then it mounted. Okay, whatever. I'll call it good. Good enough for me. It worked. It worked. Nothing's fucked here, dude. Yeah, the threat on the Mac Mini was like, no, not again. Oh, all right, fine. Fine, I'll do it. I guess. Oh, Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, and when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Yeah, that's a chihuahua in the sleeve of a fleece that looks remarkably like a sandworm. Wait, what's dunk? I've never even heard of it. Oh yeah, and for anyone else who didn't know, this is from the movie The Reanimator. Oh, gotcha. A joke on Dune. I haven't actually seen The Reanimator. I've seen some other stuff that the main actor dude is in. He was in like one really creepy film that I'm forgetting the name of now. And then he was also in The Frighteners. If you've seen The Frighteners, he plays the FBI agent. But yeah, he got massively typecast into like low-budget horror films. I think The Frighteners is probably the highest budget he's ever worked on. Drag this over. Okay. Yeah, I was stressing out a little bit because we totally had a drive fail on me before. I thought we were having it happen again, and that was going to make me sad. No, we're like fully backed up at least. Yeah, like we haven't made that mistake in a long time. Yeah, everything is pushed up. The only thing is technically in Walter, we have like the stuff we were working on still. So yeah, like there's a fair bit of this that would be a bummer if we lost it. Let's get it pushed up to a branch at least, just in case. Yeah, it's private. I don't want to do like an intermediate thing though, so we'll just do it to a new branch. We'll call this branch MFA front end. All right. Okay. So now, we're going to try our multi-factor auth again. They are both running. Yup. Hey, old school coder. How you doing? I'm not sure I follow you yet, so give me a second.
It's not easy being evil. Old School Coder is a tech-savvy supervillain who harnesses the formidable power of vintage computing devices and retro software to create chaos in a modern, high-tech world. Their lair, resembling a museum of computing history, contains every classic computer ever made, from bulky mainframes to the first-generation personal computers. They can manipulate any electronic device from the era of punch cards and floppy disks, causing widespread disruptions and controlling outdated machinery to commit heists. Originating from a once renowned programmer in the 80s, marginalized by the rapid evolution of technology, Old School Coder turned to villainy to prove that old school tech could still dominate the modern tech landscape.
Yeah, so let me give you a follow. And yeah, what were you up to? You're doing a tutorial, Commander X16 Defender port 6502. And is that like some hack the box stuff? And yeah, Omni, thank you for bringing him on in. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we are in the process of building out my own multi-factor authentication. And I'm too cheap to pay a service for it because this is a side project that I am bootstrapping, so it has to scale to 0. Okay, so you're coding Defender, the classic game, for the new Commander X16 computer created by 8-Bit Guy. Oh, and hold on. Defender game, is that where you're like the gun and you like rotate? Is that it? No. So this is one where you're the person on the bottom, like moving across to like shoot up, right? So it's like similar to like Galaga or Arkanoid or whatever, but you know, you're on the ground instead. Oh no, you're a gray ship? Oh. Oh, it's a horizontal. Okay, I see. Oh, but is the gist that you can actually, like, turn around? Like, could you actually go backwards? You can. That's the thing that separates it from some of the others. Okay. Nice. Oh, that's fun. And yes, you can pick up survivors or whatever, right? Or like civilians or something. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. How far into the game are you? The aim of the game is actually to keep them alive. Okay. So not just eliminate all of the enemies, but yeah, keep the people alive. Got it. Yeah, I never played this one. This one looks fun. I feel like I've played some like clones of it, maybe. You have a prototype working? Nice. Little red ones look really hard to hit. Okay, so is that the main thing you do? Like porting games to this new 8-bit 8-bit guys platform? The Commander X16. I am not familiar with that. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I believe my dad was also a 6502 programmer. So here's the thing, if you're old school, do you remember hearing of a thing called, I think it was called like Screen Creepers or Screen Creepies or something? It was basically like a screensaver program before like Windows After Dark style like screensavers. I think my dad wrote one for the 6502. And I think that was the name he gave it. No, not that. Nah, we're not gonna find it this way. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely something my dad talked about writing back in the day. I don't know if he was one of the originals, though. Yeah. I've never actually played Minecraft. I played Terraria first, and then after playing Terraria, it's like, oh, it's just 3D Terraria? Meh. So, yeah. And it's not just 3D Terraria, but that's what it always seemed like to me. Yeah, used to do it in your teens. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, my dad's very much like an old schooler as well. He doesn't program at all anymore. My mom, I think, still does some stuff, but she's more like focused on SQL these days. My dad wrote a thing called Data Basic, which was pretty much like a bunch of like COBOL utilities. So if you ever did any COBOL back in the day, you might have heard of Data Basic. Back when, if you wanted to copyright software, you had to put it in a book. Okay. Yeah, so my dad wrote a thing called Data Basic, which was a bunch of like utilities for COBOL. He also designed SMS 800, which, in the early 90s, like I think it finished in 1990. It's how like they routed every phone number that was a 1-800 to like the landlines, etc. He designed like the hardware system for that, and my mom was writing number portability at Belcor at the time. So I've just heard all sorts of stories just from those days from my parents. And it ran very, very slowly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hey, what's up, Escamania? How you doing? So yeah, super cool. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we are working on is... Yeah, the heat's gone. It's like a nice, reasonable temperature here in Washington again. So much better. Oh, you guys have a heat wave alert now. Yikes. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, so much more reason. Oh, you're from the UK. Oh, it's late for you. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Enjoy your sleep. Have a good one. Probably see you again soon. Yeah, we pushed our weather to you. Better you than me. I'm kidding. I'm sorry about that. That sucks. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. Sounds great. It would take quite a bit to shift it that far in just a couple days. But yeah, look at how reasonable the temperatures are. Oh, so much better. Oh, and I just realized I can't do Thursday for this. Hold on, I gotta send a message to some friends. There we go. Oh, Escamania. Now, they just said Brazil. And what's up, the guy of games? How you doing? Alright, so we'll head here. We'll go to login. We'll log in with John Bon Jovi. That's our multi-factor code. Not 71C, 71F. So, a lot more reason. Failure. And I expect that to fail again too. Yep. But if I just wait a little bit, then we get it to work. Yeah. So there is definitely just some issue with how our time is being calculated. Maybe Sprez, and then at that point, I'll be moving to the tundra of Canada, which will no longer be tundra. Maybe Alaska? I could move to Alaska. So here's the big problem. We've got this window of 1, and that should actually allow us to do time behind us. Yeah, exactly, Sprez. Yep. See, here's the big thing. Is there oil up there? If there's oil up there, then, yeah, people will be living there very soon. It's supposed to be every 30 seconds, but with that window should be like a multiple of the timing, right? So in here, the period is 30 seconds. So it should be going back 30 seconds and forward 30 seconds. So something is up with it. So if we make it 2, let's see if that works. And this still doesn't work, which means there's something else going on. So what I think I actually want to do is we're going to hack on the library we're using for this stuff. All right, so that failed again. That also failed again. And if we do it around there, we get success. So yeah, it seems Seems to me like Windows is not working as we expected. So yeah, I think we got to just heck on that dependency. So an import in Node would be doing the MJS file. So I want to see that show up. Okay, that part's fine. All right, so we launched that. Just want to make sure that's the right file even before we start hacking on it too much. That endpoint hasn't been hit yet. Actually, don't even need to scan the proper thing. That should have invoked the OTP auth. But it seems it didn't. Yeah, okay. And yeah, check out that project. We're gonna do this just with each one. So OTP auth node.mjs. You read outpath? There you go. Alright, so we should be able to submit that with a bad value and see it. Aha! So .node.cjs is the one being loaded. Interesting. And yeah, it's all bundled into there. We just got to find the right place where the HMAX stuff is at. And we do see classes get used. Okay, so secret. It's actually going to be on HOTP. So these are the ones. And in this check function, I know, exactly. Yeah, that's the part that I am finding as an odd issue. Right? We can see where it's doing the before and after, right? Alright, so we'll stop and restart it. And we'll go through the whole flow. Probably not logging the right values yet. I just at least want to see some result. We only see checking get fired once. That's a good point. Yep. Yeah, so let's log out some more values. So we do see check fire once. I'm wondering if this, like, delta triple equals null is our issue. But okay, yeah. Do we think I'm logging everything we need? What do you guys think would be a good, like, any other values to log? I want to see what the tokens generated are, etc. Because, yeah, it seems to me like this is the only one that fired and these didn't. So, what about delta? You're right. Yeah, so that wouldn't ever be different here. But after it gets modified, it might be. My guess is timing safe equal might be the issue. So checking delta, I think, makes sense. We'll do delta at the end. And yeah, I see that delta is null 3 lines above, but I'm wondering if there may be some kind of race condition or something going on. Like, I don't see why, but they could be referencing a global somewhere by accident. Nah, it doesn't look like it. Like, no, this is all function scoped. Yeah, that wouldn't be it. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry. Oh, hold on. I don't remember if my mouse being over it would mess it up, but might as well just make sure. Right, so we fail. So delta is null. We generate a token. 647495. Wait, is that the one I typed? It is. Yeah, delta becomes 0, which means it's not null, which means we don't need to go, which means I did it at the exact right time. There's a flaw in their logic. It's wherever this 0 is being checked is no good. Right? Like, let's look at their code. So basically, this is the part, right? I minus counter. Counter was 1. Because we get in there and boom, right? Generated counter 1. Delta is equal to 0. I'm not checking it in an if. Like, where do you see that? I see them doing a strict equality check to null. No, I know what you're talking about. No. In my code. Yes, I call validate and I'm not doing a strict equality check to null. That's it. That is a good call. That would totally be the flaw. Because I didn't expect delta to actually end up being 0. You're right. So it's in my code. It's not the library's problem. All right. Yeah, you're totally right. We're checking validate here. And instead of that, if validate triple equals null, then we failed validation. Oop. Otherwise, we're good to go. Which means that a window of -1, right, as we got past it, should work. If we were early, it should theoretically work too. So I think we're set. Yeah, it was just the way I was checking validate. Yeah, good call. That was totally it. So it wasn't timing issues. The old PEBCAC problem. Problem existing between the keyboard and the chair. Yeah. The good old meat space problem. So yeah, that coming back with a 0. I was not expecting a 0. That was it. Yeah, good call. All right. So I'd say we're good to go. All right, let's restart things. Oh yeah, it happens to the best of us. But let's just verify. Let's go through the flow. Oh no, X Factor. I totally restarted. Yeah. Yep. It had to be something the library was doing. No, I just didn't read the docs well enough. Oops. Could it be that I'm wrong? No, it must be the library that's wrong. Like a glove. Yep, that was totally it. Yeah, it's got to be that library with all the tests that's totally blowing it, right? I'm curious how this didn't get discovered by anyone else. We must really be onto something. That should have been a giant red flag in my brain. Right? Yeah, this library with all the tests, it's got to be that. It's got to be that. There's no way it can be my code here sitting without any tests. Alright, so yeah, we're good to go there. Nice. That means we can totally move on and get going with more of the UI and auth stuff, which is awesome. Yeah, exactly. Because we haven't added that button yet for you. That's the part we need to work on. And realistically, it's already generated by the time they see that, and they've already got a JWT. I'm just not setting the JWT. When they click the, yes, I've totally downloaded and saved this recovery code, that just redirects them to the dashboard because they already have a token, right? So, yeah, let me go use the restroom, because I broke the seal. But, yep, we're totally making some good progress on this. BRB? That was maybe the best sound effect. I think he's just trying to reestablish the seal. No big deal. That's just science. Okay. So now that we got this page set up, the annoying part is this all happens like after a flow, so we're gonna have to just mock that request process coming back, just so that we can style this page nice and easy. So yeah, that's an issue. So we got the MY4 and the P4. We don't need the MY. We can just do the P. So MFA setup here, this is the page. That MY goes away. Nice, so we didn't need to fully reload for that. Oh, but now we get that 500 sad panda. So it forced a reload on us. Let's just mock out this page. All right. Oh. And we'll comment that out. So, two things. Number one, we're going to want to make that a copyable chunk of code. Is there already a Mantine thing for that? You see a copy button. And that's where we do the action icon. So this is flex, items center, which or justify center, I think, is the one we don't care about. We want justify between. Copy button, we import from here. We get to the slow part of this album, so we can just skip it. And then, yes, action icon. Oh, and yes, for icon. What am I using for icons on this project? Iconify, icons, ph, and iconify real. So let's go. pH is phosphor. Copy duotone? Sure. All right, so then from phosphor, there's also going to be the idea of maybe a check. There you go. All right, so then after they've done that part, and hold on. And do my4 on that. Button here. So we'll do a little bit of text there. All right, and instead of this my4, just do a flex call get. All right, so then we end up setting the QR code. We also want to do trying to remember what is our logic to reset some of our global state. And yeah, reset password. It's basically going to be something like that. You're the only one that can determine that. So yeah, we'd want to do just access token.set. That's right. Just double check it. FM attack? I think so. Kevin, they're talking about 0. Again, that's going to be determined based upon the person. It's more than just grinding. What's up, Jackie? How you doing? So I think that's incorrect. Let's go double check that endpoint. I think I just messed up the types for that. Yeah. Yeah, I just messed up the types. Oh, but we're doing this in the wrong place. Nope, it's MFA code form. Yep, never mind. That's it. Yeah, no worries, old school. Yeah, thank you for chilling. Yeah, thank you. And I think we're pretty much good. Let's just stop and restart. Full refresh. While the back end is finishing, I will delete this code. Yep. Alright, so that's generating John Bon Jovi at er.la. We send that magic link to the user. We are mocking that part at the moment. Ooh. So that's a little annoying. Yeah, we got to think of a better way to do this part. But we copy that, and then we navigate to dashboard, and we just don't have any dashboard data to show. Ooh. Something went terribly wrong, though. Right, and that's where we are not fetching the user's businesses yet. So yeah, this is the part of the flow that we need to think about next. All right, so first, let's close basically everything. We don't need that. We're gonna close all of those. mean, it's easy. I can just report them for spam. Yeah, no, I mean, it just seems like spam. They didn't have an affiliate link for us in that. But, yeah, whatever. Why use cursor when you can use pair? Ooh, but it is 5 o'clock. Let's do one of these. Ooh, that was a good thunk. Yeah, that one was good. But yeah, if all of y'all are considering an AI, like, VS Code fork, you should probably look at pair instead. What is it? Trypair.ai? Yeah, that's it. At least when they spammed us with it, they rated. And I don't even consider what they did spam. They rated us, and then we asked them what they were doing. So that's not even spam. That's just how streaming works. That's fine. Ooh, and 1 second. Jackie, yeah, tv.algora.io is a pretty cool platform. It's worth checking out, seeing if you like it. The creators, really cool people. We have totally made money from showing their banners and stuff, so I have a bit of a bias. I gotta be totally transparent about that. But, yeah, I mean, I think just there being a kind of like coding focused video like streaming platform, that's awesome. Yeah, I wish more power to them. And hey, what's up, Mustafa? How you doing over there? Over on the YouTubes. What you up to? Yeah, exactly, Premiere. Yeah. And I think it's like a cool way to kind of like hype up both. You know, they could sponsor people by getting them to do like some of the bug bounty stuff on stream. That'd be some cool content. Yeah, exactly, Premiere. But, you know, they can use one to kind of like fund the other, or at least like hype the other too. The more people developing on tv.algora, the more people that potentially see some bug bounties that they could do for some supplemental income. That'd be huge. That's actually kind of cool. The bigger the platform gets, the bigger the bug bounty service gets, and vice versa. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of like, those hands can wash each other. It's pretty cool. The Vim VS Code extension? No. I don't care too much about anything that speeds up my typing. I'd rather just have smart tools that allow me to not type at all. Right? So, yeah, auto-completion, I'm all for, which is why we're using Super Maven right now. If I had a faster machine, I'd be using Pear, just to try it out. But, yeah, anything about typing? No, I don't care about typing. Typing is one of the things that is going to become more and more meaningless. Right? Especially like, yeah, you want to write a book? Yeah, you can just dictate the book and have Whisper turn it into text for you. Boom. Easy. Yeah, I mean, orderly is one way. I bet there'll be some better stuff in the future even. There's like a blog recorder or whatever it's called. That one seems interesting too. I think his is a little more heavy-handed with the AI stuff, but good enough. Oh, and I missed some follows. I'm sorry. So Sinlao and Old School Coder, if you're still out there, thank you. It's also a workflow thing where you just kind of keep everything coming out. I'm not so sure about that. Again, typing speed doesn't matter. Your ability to navigate your files? Sure, I don't mind using a mouse. The biggest proponents I've seen for Vim in general are also the people I see delete the most of their code they type out. So in my opinion, I think they would benefit from maybe slowing down a bit. Thinking about what they're doing first, or at least making sure they're spelling things right. Again, that's personal preference. I don't know any better. And at least one of their comments is, well, I haven't learned how to type fast, so I don't know if it actually benefits me. It's a little bit of a straw man argument. Or at least some kind of logical fallacy. I know, exactly, X Factor. Yeah, exactly. You know, I don't need to know how to fly a helicopter to recognize that if I see one in a tree, someone fucked up. And I wish I could claim that joke. No, that's from some stand-up comedian who used to post a lot of his like audience interaction stuff. And at one point he was talking about football, and someone in the audience was like, well, you don't know, you're not a football player. And then he responds with that line. That's fine. It's all preference. Do whatever you like. Here's my question, though. You're the one that decided to evangelize it. you know? That is definitely like, it's one of those like P90X or CrossFit or whatever things where it seems, yeah, I mean, again, that one guy, the only people that ask out of curiosity are the people that are already sold on Vim motions. So there's a little bit of shilling involved with asking. Right? How often do you hop into someone's Vim stream and someone's like, so why don't you just use the mouse? Have you ever thought about just using the mouse? That is extremely rare. Far more rare than the Vim user saying, have you tried Vim motions? Like, you never have to ask someone if they're a Vim user. They'll tell you. That I think is one of the biggest problems with it. Here's the thing. Use whatever you want. Yeah, by the way. Exactly, right? Again, you don't have to ask if someone uses Vim. They'll tell you. Just like P90X, just like CrossFit, just like veganism. You never have to ask that person. Yeah, so that's a tool I made called Stream Parity. It's only local to like your own stream, but each streamer can configure their replacements on their own. So it's a fun way of like branding your stream a little more. Like if you were a Madden player, like, you know, some sports game player, some team you don't like, you could replace their name with a poop emoji. Boom. Sure, maybe. Who's my NFL team? I don't really have one. Maybe back when like the Legion of Boom was a thing. I could have been into that a bit. Like, I like certain players. They tend to be like older players. Like Cam Chancellor. I like the way he plays in the game of Madden. You know, like, I don't know. I'm not much of an NFL watcher. I am doing fantasy football this year, though, and it looks like I'm gonna win this week at least. I got really lucky with a couple. All right, Lamar Jackson, even without that touchdown at the end, made it happen. And then conversely, the person I'm playing against, they had Joe Burrow for Cincinnati. He really didn't do good. He really didn't do good. He didn't get any touchdowns. He had to rely on a running back to get there for him. So yeah, no, I really lucked out. Also, I didn't luck out because Puka Nacua, who was totally fine and then wasn't, is having knee issues, and yeah, so they massively underperformed. Whereas last year they were a breakout hit. You know, you never know how it's gonna go. Aaron Jones, who's like a 30-year-old running back, killed it for me, which is rare. So yeah, I don't know. I'm stoked on it. I almost got destroyed though, because they had Saquon Barkley, and that dude got 32 fantasy points on me. Like, against me. I don't like that. But no, I had a couple players go well above their projected values. Yeah, Saquon just went off. It was crazy. Definitely got some moves I'm making with my team, though. Like drafting some people, dropping some people. I picked up an extra quarterback. The bummer is that extra quarterback was Trevor Lawrence. Like, I've got Tua as my backup, but then I picked up a second backup, and that second backup is Trevor Lawrence. That was a mistake. At least it wasn't Watson. Yeah. That's a good point. Touche. Could always be worse. I mean, Trevor Lawrence still did better than Joe Burrow, which I don't think anyone would have predicted. But okay, so what we want to do is think about the flow of what happens when we log in. Jets game is on now. Nice. I think... Yeah, Jets versus San Fran. So that's the one that's going to determine this game. Yeah, I got Zerline. So hopefully he gets me some points. And hopefully George Kittle and Deebo Samuel don't go off. Now, I think I'm kind of lucky that the person I'm playing against has both George Kittle and Deebo Samuel, which means they're going to be, like, fighting each other for points. So, yeah. It's going to be rare that both of them go off. Yeah, and Jets are, like one of, if not the best defenses in the league right now, right? I think I remember seeing it said that the Jets are actually better than Baltimore, and Baltimore is like a close second. And then beyond that, they're all kind of like meh. They were number 2 last year. Yeah, I definitely saw some places that placed them, I think, at number 1. Like, who would you consider as number 1? Maybe Baltimore? Oh, Chicago. You're right. Yeah, Chicago's a good defense. Yep, good call. Good call. Yeah, the defense, like, carried the Bears in that first game, didn't they? I don't watch any of it. I just look at the results. I, like, see it as it goes a little bit. The defense scored all of the points? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's bad. Okay, so that makes sense. The meme that I saw, you know, there's like the podium meme where it's got like the guy, you know, biting his like metal and then like, you know, spraying himself with champagne or whatever. Right? And then it shows him and he's in 3rd place. They had that for Caleb Williams. And then it was like special teams and the defense were like number 1 and number 2, like on the podiums. Rookie quarterback, you know. I think it'll take a while till he finds a rhythm. 70 yards is solid. I mean, it's not great. It's better than 0. Ooh, Trevor Lawrence even passed for 162. So yeah, no, yeah, that's not good. How many did Joe Burrow throw for? Joe Burrow even threw for 164. Oh, geez. So 70 is really not good. Outside of Josh Allen. I mean, Lamar Jackson killed it for me. He had that one fumble. And that was because his line blew it. Hold on. Where am I at on the waiver wire? I don't know if I can disclose Where do you see the waiver wire? Like waiver priority. He missed 2 open throws. And yeah, that one at the end was a bummer. Toes over the line. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know where I see next week's waiver wire priority, so I can't necessarily disclose some of the moves I'm trying to make. Oh, does he wear a size 13 or something? Because, yeah, it was the tight end, right? So they're typically bigger dudes. Size 14. So, yeah, like off-season foot binding is going to be in effect. Right? Ballerina style. No. Like, I don't even actually watch NFL. I play Madden. That's as close as I get. So that's why, like, some players I really like. Like, I'm a huge fan of George Kittle because his card kills it every year. Because his blocking stats are solid. You also play Madden? Nice. Yeah, we could totally play over on my gaming stream. I'm on Xbox, but I can turn on crossplay. That's fine. So here's what I'm thinking, though. Number one, let me double check my routing, and we can keep chatting. I at least want to like keep like, you know, forward progress kind of stuff. We're gonna keep that going. Oh, was PC on like the older gen engine? And then this year it's finally like the newer gen engine? Oh, I didn't know that. That's why I hated playing against those players last year. That's why it felt so glitchy. Ah. Like why it seemed like they ran like totally differently. Okay. Right, like on the old, like honestly, I think you had an edge. On the old gen, you had like certain like movement mechanics that you just can't do anymore. Yeah, like at least with like the newer engine in Madden, like players have momentum and you can't just like switch it and change it. I feel like that was something that, like, I assume you played the NCAA game. That's something you can totally do in the NCAA game that is just not realistic. Like the way your players can like stop and move and like redirect while they're running. Like, dude, it feels so fake. Right? Like you could last minute adjust away from someone's tackle. Whereas at least, yeah. You know, with the new gen engine, there's less of that BS. NCAA on Heisman is unplayable? Are you saying, like, if you're playing against the computer? Because they always BS it against the computer. Yeah, the computer is going to cheat. Yeah, if you're playing against people, it's totally different. Now that Madden is gone, he's probably not controlling the way Madden football feels. I don't think he was ever that involved. Was he? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, nice, Omni. Oh, that's cool. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Yeah, I got a notice that they were going to have to, like, enter the apartment for, like, the fire inspection stuff. And it turns out now they don't, which is awesome. I'm actually really stoked on that. I'm glad that they at least, like, said they were going to be, like, coming into the building. Or into the apartment, because it at least forced me to clean up a bit. I am fully okay, like, stepping over a bunch of BS and living in, like, a very cluttered area. But I'm not okay with other people seeing how I live. So, like, it forced me to clean up a bit. It was actually a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to discern, but yeah, like, no, yeah. Yeah. Guest-driven cleaning is basically it. And yeah, hold on real quick. Ice Guard, first time chat asking about Cursor AI seems kind of spammy. We just had to ban someone else who came in here shilling that stuff with no context. Why? Because what is the context for your question? I would ask, why are you asking this? Clerk competitor? No, not at all unemployed dev. Not even close to a competitor to Clerk. This is just me rolling my own multi-factor auth because I don't want to pay for Clerk. Because Clerk nickel and dimes you over, like, the features that we would need. Right, if we look at Clerk and their pricing, right, sure, we can start at 0 with a custom domain. That's kind of nice. But then the moment we want to do some of the other stuff, like remove their branding, oh, $25 a month. And then beyond that, if we wanted the multi-factor auth, it's an extra $100 a month. No, thank you. Now, if I were VC funded and I needed to launch as massively quickly as possible, then yeah, no, this is actually not a bad deal. But I'm not. I'm bootstrapping, and then $125 a month? Nah. Now, I specifically dislike Firebase because of the vendor lock-in. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Or sorry, fool me once, shame on them. Fool me twice, shame on me. For bootstrapping, nothing, right? Like, nah, just doesn't make any sense to me. I think there was another provider we looked at, I forgot their name, that, like, seemed reasonable. What about AWS Cognito? That is way too much vendor lock-in. Nope. I am locked into AWS in so much that I'm using Architect, which is a wrapper around AWS Lambda, SQS, Dynamo, and some other things. I am locked into those. But my auth? Nah, I'm not willing to lock in my auth to a provider. And the way we built it, we're fully portable, you know? If I really had to, we could port over to Cloudflare Workers or something. I don't want to, because that would be way more effort. You'll probably use Supabase auth. Supabase does, like, their pricing is actually really good. Supabase, I think, had the best pricing. I forgot about theirs. Right? If we look at Supabase's pricing, theirs was actually really reasonable. No. So, Sprez, just because you can self-host something doesn't mean it's the way to go, because I don't want to spin up an EC2 or anything, right? Like, I don't want to have a persistent service like that. I want to be able to scale to 0. Scaling to 0 is fundamentally an indie hacker or bootstrapper's concern, but that is what I'm building, you know? Like, that is my concern. I need to be able to scale to 0 because I want to have possibly a dozen different projects running and not have to have a single source of failure like Levels.io and his giant VPS he's hosting on. Again, awesome dude. But I don't want a single source of failure like that. Do I like Salesforce? I don't care one way or the other. I work for a company called GitKraken, and we are a making Git easier to use company. Salesforce and SAPABAP devs are people that could probably benefit from making Git easier to use. I need to be able to talk to some of those people to try and figure out what we could do, content and marketing wise, to target. You're in a different situation. You have users and some scale, so that stuff is actually looking pretty expensive. When you say that stuff, you're saying like Lambda and SQS? I work for GitKraken. Yeah. I am their developer advocate. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. If you ever have any feedback you want to pass on, just let me know. Right? Good or bad. They love hearing good feedback, but also we benefit from hearing bad feedback too. Stuff that we could do better. There's always something. Are there any, like, of our newer features that you're using? Ooh, Archer Zen. Really? Oh, I would love to chat with you about your plans on like how you want to track like your Git stuff, like how you're gonna integrate with Git. Like Archer, send me a message on Discord. Like, yeah, let's schedule it. Let's chat. Or we can like push it until you're more familiar. Wolf, you're also familiar with Salesforce and SAP? Okay. Oh, you're using a lot of the AI commit thing. Blue guy, yes, let's schedule a call. And yeah, like just send me a message on Discord. Like add me as a friend if you have to or whatever. I'll get you a link so that we can schedule a call and chat about this stuff. Yeah, for sure. Archer, Blue guy, Wolf, like all y'all. Like I'd really love to hear like about like the SAP or the Salesforce stuff. Or, yeah, just like general Git Kraken feedback as well. That'd be huge. So, Blue Guy, here's a quick question. Did you wire up to like OpenAI with your own key? Would there be a benefit to you using like Olama locally or something, right? Like some like local AI to do that stuff. Is that something you'd be stoked on? Sure. No, that makes sense. I get it. What if your company was actually concerned about like leaking code? I'm guessing they don't care. But what if they did start caring and they hosted like an internal Olama instance or something as like an API? Is that something that anyone at your company cares about? I guess. For now, they don't care? Okay. Yeah, if they do start caring, I'd be curious because that's something that we did for like GitLens just as like a hack. I'd need to go revisit that code a bit, but yeah, we could totally just like wire up to an OpenAI compatible API and call it good. No Tie is asking, how do I feel about pre-commit hooks? For anything that's pre-commit, it needs to run very fast. To me, the only pre-commit hooks that matter or are important are things that fix stuff automatically for me, such as Prettier or like ESLint auto formatting kind of stuff. Anything that's a pre-commit needs to be very fast and not slow down the dev. Now, when it comes to pre-push, I think there's a lot more value to pre-push hooks. Is there a way to skip pre-commit hooks on Git Kraken by default? Sometimes you forget to check that box. Double check in your settings. I feel like it should be configurable per repo in your settings, but I'm not 100%. And let me just point out, I don't use the desktop file. I use GitLens for certain things. Couldn't find it in the settings. Okay. Well, that would be some good feedback to, you know, that we could like pass on from an interview. No, that's fine. So basically, GitLens and Git Kraken Desktop are massively like merging towards like being equivalent. Like all the features you have in one, you should have in the other. Such as like the AI thing, right? Like AI commit messages. We totally have that in GitLens. The commit graph exists in GitLens. Launchpad, like all those other features, totally exist in GitLens. So we're massively converging on We don't care what tool you use. We just want to make you more productive. So much so that we even have a CLI tool so that you can interact with Launchpad or, oh god, what are they called? Cloud patches or code suggestions, like all that stuff, right? We have a CLI tool for interacting with a lot of that stuff. So, you know, like our goal is to meet developers where they are and provide not just like a client, like a desktop client or GitLens or whatever, but actually provide features that tie them all together. Right? So instead, we're trying to aim to be a platform, and however you consume that platform is up to you, right? That's the main goal. Which is why they're so heavily pushing features like Launchpad and some of that other stuff. I think Launchpad is my favorite feature, personally. Like, if you watch me here on stream, yeah, I use the command line for most of my stuff. Working in a team, Launchpad would be invaluable. Like, man, I'd be able to see who's requesting a pull request review, who's request, or, you know, who's like tagged me, like all that stuff. So Notai is saying they've been using them for a while at work, setting up new dev environment, and started researching, implementing them, and saw a hot take on how you should just use CI. I think CI matters for certain things. No, Blue Guy. Yeah, that's like part of our messaging, right? Like, Git is complicated. I only use maybe like 4 or 5 commands. All the other commands, I would really benefit from some other tool, right? Like gitcrack. It just so happens that I don't need those things very much. And I think there's value in it because I am definitely, or I think at least, I am definitely like in line with how a lot of people feel about Git in general. Like, they can just use the command line for some stuff. But then when it comes to like really heavy lifting, like a bisect or things like that, that's where a good visual tool like the commit graph comes in handy. You know, when it comes to you're working on multiple repos at a time, having all of that in your Launchpad rather than having to like go navigate tabs is really nice. So to me, like, I don't think Git Kraken needs to be your daily driver. I think it's there to be an escape hatch away from the BS of Git. Yeah, exactly, Archer. I totally agree. So yeah, Notai, you're basically saying like, yeah, hot take on how you should just use CI. I think just use CI becomes tricky because just use CI is something that's easy to promote if you're a very small team with only a couple people pushing code every day. When you're on a team large enough to where you have one CI/CD agent, and tying up that agent means that other people are then bottlenecked, that's a huge problem. Like, that is a massive problem. So the more you shift to CI, the more you have to pay for more agents or things like that. And again, sure, that's cheap-ish compared to what it could cost. But yeah, just like you're gonna run into, well, let's just pay for another agent. Let's just pay for another agent. There are limits to that from an IT standpoint, you know? There's also a bit of like, well, yeah, I pushed it and I didn't look at it again for another half hour. That was a half hour of time that you could have actually like fixed the one thing that failed in CI, when instead maybe you could have caught it locally quicker. So when it comes to things like ESLint breaking changes or prettier breaking changes, I'm not a big fan of letting CI/CD edit code. I'm okay with CI/CD or like some like GitHub action tool or bot or whatever proposing changes, but I'm not okay with it doing it automatically. At that point, there are certain things you can just do locally instead, and not slow down the rest of your team because you're tying up the agent. Like, here's the thing. I worked at a company that was using Azure DevOps, and we had one agent for like the entire company. Now again, is that a company problem? Yeah. Doesn't mean that it's gonna get fixed immediately. So when some process goes crazy and chews up the agent for 8 hours, everybody is held down by that 8 hours, right? Across the entire organization. Now, in this case, would it have been caught by a pre-push hook? No. But there are cases where it could have been. So yeah, like tying up the one agent that everyone has, yeah, that's actually really common. So the people that push back on that and say just use CI are most likely indie hackers, people at companies with endless budget, or people at companies small enough that they don't run into the concurrency issue of having a single agent. That's my experience so far. And who have I seen push back on this? I think Theo is probably one of the number one takes I've seen on this. Yes, he works at a 2-person company. Some of his projects, he might be the only person pushing, you know? When he was at Twitch, that might have been like the endless budget issue. There's a massive, massive gap between those two things in which people live in a world where they have one agent within a large enough team or company that tying up that agent is actually a problem. So I think that's the problem. That's the thing to think about. There's always nuance to these issues. If you can identify that you're at a company that doesn't care about the CI being blocked, well then yeah, just push it to CI. Call it good. Yeah, I think the nuance is important. And this is not a negative thing against Theo. I just simply think, you know, we only know what we know. I have worked on at companies where, yes, the single agent problem was prevalent. Do you want to go bring it up the chain at a life insurance company to get them to create more agents? That doesn't sound like a fun bit of meetings to me. Nope. It was like pulling teeth to get them to do other stuff, and it never actually happened. Right? Like, there are companies out there in the world that just don't move quickly, don't understand the tech well enough, and don't care about you as a developer and your developer experience. Those companies exist, and they outnumber the companies that do care about you and your developer experience. Like, massively outnumber those companies. There you go, X Factor. What do you mean by agents? Yeah. right? At that life insurance company, it would have involved easily 3 or 4 meetings to explain the problem 3 or 4 different times to different people, because none of that information gets passed along. And even then, someone will push back and they said no. Deal with it. All right. Wait, Nuance is actually a company? Oh, I didn't know that. There was a company called Nuance? Oh, yeah, I'd never even heard of them. Yeah, I thought you were joking at first on me. Okay.
It's not easy being evil. Boring.
What's up, Bo-Rang?
Molecular manipulation can alter any matter to their whims. They began as a misunderstood scientist exploring the bounds of atomic structure until an experiment went wrong, infusing their body with the ability to distort, transform, and control any physical substance. Now Boring seeks to reshape the world in their image, seeing themselves as the ultimate sculptor of a new era.
All right, so when we think about this code that we gotta do, and ooh, man, yeah, arm is definitely like getting sore a bit now. I got my 5G upgrade. Probably don't need the Band-Aid anymore. COVID, like the COVID booster. Flu, I'm okay with catching. Like COVID, that one sucks. And it's so much more transmissible. I'm okay with the flu. Like, I don't mind, like, testing and improving the immune system by dealing with it. I believe the COVID booster lessens the impact. I don't know for sure. I do know I've had COVID twice in the past year, and it sucked both times. Yeah, when I said 5G upgrade, it's the joke. Right, there's the joke that, like, the government's putting chips in your body for 5G, or like 5G is trying to like hack your brain or whatever, right? Like, you know, the ridiculousness of it. So the booster is just upgrading my 5G. Archer Zen is saying COVID damn near killed him 2 years ago. Damn, yeah, that's gnarly, man. Gotta get that Wi-Fi 7. Yeah, exactly. No, I know. It's a joke there on me. It's definitely a joke. Like, come on. But yeah, no, I had COVID in June. Got it in Atlanta. I had COVID last year in November. Got it in New York. I think there's something to the effect of like, yeah, living here on the West Coast, I've gotten it once, and that was like 2 years ago. And I don't know, I think there are different like diverging strains based upon like the coast you live on. The East Coast one, I seem extra susceptible to. I don't know for sure, but yeah. Both times I went to the East Coast within the past year, I got it. Nah, nobody masks anymore. Not really. Like, a little bit, but pretty rare. And yeah, first reported case was, yeah, here in Washington. I think in Seattle. Yeah, the bigger audiences of people coming from all over. Yeah, for sure. You're not wrong. But I went to TwitchCon last year, and I was in Vegas, and I didn't get it. So I don't know. Yeah, I still feel like there's something to the East Coast, West Coast diverging strains thing. Not even COVID can survive Vegas. Yeah, I don't know, Cody Coder. I have no idea. So I could see that, right? Like, if you're not getting enough oxygen, then yeah, totally. That makes sense. I don't know for sure. But real quick, someone asked a tech question, and that's way more fun to respond to. What do I think of TanStack Router? I think it seems really cool. I haven't run into a use case where I need it. I'm still using React Router just because this project is a 2-year-old project that we have like updated. Right? Like a project old enough that it was using Webpack and I needed to import React from React in every file. We don't need that anymore, at least. Oh, yeah, no, it seems good. I'm not going to do it for this project, though. Nah. I don't think I would gain anything from it, right? Like, would it be better? Sure, but would it be worth the time investment? No. For a new project, I will absolutely be looking at React Query and TanStack Router. For the time being, yeah, I can just roll my own loading state. I'm okay with that. Yeah, exactly. Yep. For any type of technology evaluation, there is a cost-benefit analysis to be concerned with and aware of, right? And I don't think the benefit outweighs the cost yet. I have definitely used... no, I'm thinking of something else. I haven't used React Query on a single project, actually. Like, it's just routing. So here's my question. What is, like, so revolutionary about TanStack Router? Right? To me, it's turning a URL into the component you want to render. The router is way less compelling to me than query. Right? Like, sure, it's a router. Cool. Built-in data fetching with caching. So that's basically the TanStack Query stuff, right? So is this just an integration with TanStack Query? Is it just a router built on top of TanStack Query? I'm going to say right now, I don't actually like having dependent routes. I'd rather show the user a shell and load data piecemeal. Angular has had data fetching and caching built into their like route data as part of their router for ages, and I hated that. Every app I've ever worked on felt bad because of it. Because you gotta wait for all that data to load before you see anything on the page. Ugh, no thank you. I'd rather load in individual parts as they come in. So yeah, I don't like the idea of tying data fetching to routes. And what I mean by tying data fetching to the router. Routes are responsible for fetching their data, yes, but they do that after the route has been resolved. I don't like introducing a data loading step to the resolving. I think it forms a worse user experience. Do you mean like the migrate from? Oh, comparison. History, memory, and hash routers. Sure. What's some of the things? Type safe routes. So you can define like the search params that you care about, maybe? Sure. All right. Stale while revalidate loader caching. That's like a server-side rendering thing. I don't care about that. Oh, path params was a different thing. So what the hell does type-safe routes mean versus type-safe path params? Why are they separate? Path param validation. Like, what happens when that fails validation? Mount, transition, and unmount events? Like, the component you're rendering does that already. Dev tools for the router? So wait, type safe search params? Oh, I see. Hold on. So type safe path param validation. Path params are like the books / ID number / author or something, right? Sure. Search params I find most compelling. Right? Search param schema validation sounds most compelling. Search param middleware? I can see that being useful for internationalization. Block use blocker? I don't know. Loader caching? I don't know. Again, like, I'm not sure I like the... I'm guessing what they refer to as loaders here would be like route data. And I'm not into route data. Form and full stack APIs, I don't give a shit about those. So like React Router isn't selling me on those. I could see someone caring about a few of these. Meh. I mean, this is nice, right? Like grabbing a number value from the URL and not having to convert it to a number. Okay, right? Like the effort of, yeah, the ID that's in the URL and then converting that to a number and then doing something with it. In theory makes sense, but you know what you can do instead? Just pass it directly to the data fetching, and you're gonna get a 404 if it's not right anyway, so who cares? I don't know if that's actually solving a huge problem, right? Like the path params. If book ID is supposed to be a number and someone passes ASDF to it, well, it's just a 404 anyway. Who cares? Right? And that would be a user like really trying to shoot themselves in the foot to try and find something weird about your application. Can that user just simply have a bad experience? Sure. So, as an example, we actually just dealt with this as an error. I must have closed it though. But yeah, here in, oh, now we must have gotten rid of it. Damn. All right, we'd have to like go fiddle with it to like show the error. Yeah, I would say that would be a much nicer thing there, Omni. If they could offer, like, clear reasons why some of these things would be useful. Sure. I could see that. But then, you know, if you are validating, hey, that language you tried to select isn't a language we support, you still got to figure out how to handle that issue, right? So then, like, what do you gain from having the router give you some hook or error to handle versus you just detecting that error? I don't know. And I'm not saying there isn't a use case for these things. I'm just saying it's not immediately obvious to me yet. That's all. Yeah, you'd still have to define the schema that you're looking for. Yep. Yeah, so if we're looking over here, like, it would probably be some prop that we pass to the route here, right? It would be something like search params. And then you would give it an object, and there'd be blank. And then some like z.10 kind of value, right? Optional or not. Sure. But then you still have to handle, like, well, what happens when it fails? Right? So at that point, like, your logic of what to do when it fails is still, like, on you. Checking if it's this thing is, like, a single line anyway. So, I don't know. I'm just not sold. But that doesn't mean it's not useful. It just means I'm not thinking of the case where it is useful. That's all. All right, so verification email, we don't care. And Kaizen, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no worries, Kaizen. So, Cody, like, I get that, but what benefit does that actually have to the user? You'd have to show that to them somewhere. Maybe redirecting to some page saying the ID you passed is invalid. Is that helpful to a user, or is it just a 404? I think 404 is the end result of that case. Whether they passed a valid value and it doesn't exist, or they passed an invalid value, it's still just a 404, isn't it? I struggle to think of a case where I'd want to do different. It's still just a 404. I understand there is an error for invalid user input, but how do you discern if it's actually invalid user input or just a 404? Like, if it's invalid user input for a URL parameter, that URL simply doesn't exist. Right? We're talking about path parameters here. We're not talking about just generic HTTP responses. Does that user benefit from knowing that they got a 400 versus a 404 for the URL being malformed? No, it's just a 404 to the end user. I don't think giving them a different error code or a different error response or screen actually benefits anybody. And at the end of the day, 404 versus 400, sure. If you're passing a string when it should have been a number, it's still a 404, right? For like a URL path. Because user input is not the URL. User input is stuff they entered into a form. If a user arrives on a page that is malformed at the URL level, is it something they can actually reasonably fix? If the answer is no, then it's not a 400. 400 is for things they could reasonably fix. Yeah, but you're guessing, right? Like, you're giving way more, like, benefit of the doubt than I think it deserves. Look at it this way. On the front end, nothing needs to change. On the back end, you can detect that with validation automatically. And you would detect that with validation, right? The front end isn't the place to do that for the devs. It's not a dev's, like, the front end is the user's space. Whatever you're showing to them is a user problem. If you want to log the user sending a UUID when it should have been a number, that's the backend's concern. You actually want to log and track that. That's a backend call to Sentry. It's not a front end call to Sentry. The front end would be, what do you want the user to understand about this? And if they end up being the same thing to the user, you don't gain anything from discerning if it was an invalid URL param or just one that wasn't found. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Cody. If you're doing it at the route level, then you're not even finishing navigating if it fails. So no, you're not doing partials there. That's why I don't like router data. That's why I don't like resolved router data. Because you can still show the user something and have the certain parts fail out in a partial style way. If you do it at the router data level or the resolved data level, then all you have is showing them an error page, and that's it. So I'm fundamentally against resolved router data, right? Like dependent data for a route. No, thank you. You can solve that in a more fine-grained way that is often a better user experience as well. But let me go use the restroom and pour some more water, and I'll be right back. And like, again, let me just point out, Angular has had resolved router data for ages. I've never used it on an application, or I've tried and hated the experience and refactored away from it.
Now, wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
And I guess, hold on, Cody, that does actually get into something. Like, maybe you're talking about, like, I think I see what you're saying now. Like, think about, like, a layout, right? And you might have a route that renders a layout, and then you're going to have, like, other things render within that layout. I hate that approach, actually, because it changes, like, where you go to look for problems. It's like a misdirection. Right? You end up having to, like, fundamentally understand the entire architecture of your route rather than just being like, well, this is the URL. I know what component is rendering that route. So me personally, when I'm building applications, all of the data fetching happens at just the one route level. Now we're going to be doing something slightly different for this, just because I think it's worth it, but I don't know. I'm still like second guessing, and that's why I haven't written this code yet. I'm still like mentally debating if it's worth it. So the idea I'm thinking is, for app here, we do need to fetch the business that the user is concerned with. But that business is going to be like determining which of these endpoints we fetch, right? So if we consider this as the example, right? I need to fetch the user's businesses and their most recently used business. And then all of these other things are going to use that value to make their queries for the data they need. So overview here would query for all of like the graph data that we need for that specific business. Sure, right? However, I push back on this app doing any major rendering itself. Like there is very little rendering there that I want it to do. Like modals, sure, right? The app shell, sure. Too much more than that, and I don't like it, right? So like, yes, I'll render the nav bar on the side, I'll render the header, and I'll render maybe like the business selector dropdown. Those are things that I think are completely app-wide and should probably happen in one place. Beyond that, every other route renders the data it needs. So I am doing a little bit layout-wise. But the more you do that, the more like indirection you cause. And the harder it is to trace where this data is coming from when you're trying to debug an issue. Now, let's go look again. Let's see if I'm violating some of that. When we get to transactions here, let's look at what we're doing. Yeah, so the only place I break my rule is actually here with the app shell. So transactions isn't going to be doing any data fetching that we need to pass anywhere else. It's going to just decide on a route to render, and we're done. Right? The app shell is the only thing that is resolving some state ahead of time for the rest of the app to use. And even then, what it's rendering is just the stuff that persists on every page. Like, yeah, so I don't know. I'm really not a fan of, I'm trying to remember what Angular calls it. I've had a coworker go overboard on it. On multiple projects, actually. The last one I worked on, though, they went overboard on it, and I had to completely gut it because it was a really bad user experience. Because they were trying to, like, rather than just having individual components, they were doing routes, and that meant that, like, there was state that we had to persist in a way that wasn't great. Like, I'd have to go look at the exact code just to point it out. But it's one of those things where I think newer developers to, like, application development think, well, yeah, I can just fetch this data in one place and it's better. Like, no, you'd be better off fetching in multiple places and just using caching instead. Rather than reducing the fetch requests, you can just reuse the fetch requests. And that's a better developer and user experience in a lot of cases. It's especially a better developer experience because there's less places to look for where this data came from. So I'm a big fan of the logic route and then presentational components, where a route is a self-contained thing of its own that does all the data fetching you need it to do. And then from there, it just propagates that data into components that don't do any data fetching themselves. There are very few use cases where I would abandon that idea. And the moment you start doing that, you really, like, you're pushing towards, like, micro front end type stuff. So here on Twitch, I would push back and say, well, yeah, there's the app shell, which is that sidebar and the header, right? So that would be like the top level shell. I'm okay with that one. It'll handle refetching the data on the sidebar. Sure. When you get into the nested routes, all of those are really like their own thing. The only thing that changes that is different from each route being the controller of its own data is really like the micro front end of chat. I think chat is its own special like micro front end in which you just pass it a channel and then it's its own thing. But then you start running into, well, yeah, what about when a thing happens in that chat that you want to react to and render as like a global event that does like the pop, like, you know, party noise, like you see emojis fly everywhere kind of thing. Well, then all of a sudden you have to like resubscribe to that data at the global level anyway. Or you have to do some weird like dependent data between like where's the source of truth coming from type stuff. So yeah, like micro front end style, like localized data actually ends up running into not being the right solution as time goes on. There's like a very small window at which I would consider an independent micro front end for chat to be useful. Now that they're adding these other things, well, no, yeah, your global like window is still going to need to subscribe to those events anyway. So you might as well move that WebSocket connection up and then just pass stuff into the component and make it a dumb component again. Whereas instead, if you had just stuck with the dumb component architecture the entire time, you'd be good to go. Right, like the route level controller and then dumb components for presentational stuff. But you'd be done anyway. So yeah, I don't know. Like, when it comes to thinking about future refactors, etc., I am less sold on the idea of segmenting where your data fetching is. I would rather do all data fetching at the top level. Or, like, the route level. Does that help, Cody? And again, this is just one man's opinion. You can disagree. I'm pointing out why I feel that. And I haven't had to explain it for a while. So, it took me a while to actually, like, get to my point. And yeah, how you doing, Sneaky? So yeah, I think I'm still okay with doing the business fetch at the app level. Because the business is still going to need to like fetch that to show like the selector for those things. And really, the conversation we just had was also helping me understand how I wanted to approach the problem we're dealing with right now. So yeah, great questions. I guess here's the big thing, though, to remember. I have not worked on projects that had multiple front-end teams. There could be something said to when you're dealing with multiple front-end teams on a large enough application, segmenting that stuff might make more sense. But I think instead, just segment them based upon the routes, and you've simplified it again. Right? Rather than like having a chat team versus the other team, right? And that's specifically like in Twitch's case. It may make sense to have a chat team still, and then like because of how big they are, and then just have route specific teams as well. I could see a use case for it. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't worked on projects that big. Okay, so we've got some hash-based stuff here. What's up, Naughty Knitter? How you doing? Your heat wave broke today. A cold wind hasn't been so welcome ever. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of chill here in Washington now too, which I'm really stoked. $101 in Long Beach still. So you're melting, basically. All right, so business service. Aha, so yeah, this is where we're doing a fetch. Yeah, so yeah, business and business settings. Okay. Trying to teach third graders without AC? Yikes. Oof. Yeah, that sucks. Thing is, yeah, I remember living in Jersey and we didn't have AC in elementary school either. And it got miserably hot. But at least school didn't operate during the summer. And, you know, back in my day, because I'm old, we weren't really dealing with like the 100-degree weather while school was going.
That's what's up.
Oh, efficacy. You went to Rutgers? Nice. I can't remember if we've talked about this. I'm pretty sure my sister went to Rutgers, too. Her boyfriend at the time was the goalie for the soccer team. You taking off there, Morishana? Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, later. We'll see you again soon. So, yes, here's the big thing that we're trying to do for this page. We need to detect if the user has any businesses set up. And if none, we present them with a set up your first business note. We're going to want to put that in some global storage. So we've got auth. That's what's up. And auth is business. We also probably need to maintain businesses. Yeah, there's something to be said, Fievel, that when it's hot enough, a fan is just moving hot air. You know, so like it's not ideal. It at least helps our like sweat do something. But yeah, not ideal. Come on, so how's the fantasy football game? Oh, Danielle. Yeah, damn. Debo and Kittle going off right now. And Greg Zerline is not doing shit. Oh no. Well, that's not good. And it's only the half. Oh, Danielle is projected to beat me. That's not good. Alright. Dude, this is a nail biter. Wow, yeah. I would not mind losing to Danielle this week in the fantasy football. We both had people blow it. We both had some people go off compared to what they were projected. I'm hoping for at least one more, come on. I need a field goal or two, Sirline, Mr. Sir. Two field goals, I'll be set. Maybe. No, Omni. He meant fans as in, air-moving fans. And they are damn cheap these days. Alright, verify token we don't need. So here on auth service, we got login, MFA next, generate, validate, recover. I think I want to create a new service, and that service is going to be the user service, because users should be able to update all sorts of stuff about themselves, but I think that is fundamentally separate from auth. Yeah. Oh. Oh, and Odebek, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We don't have a user endpoint. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna have to create some new endpoints. And what's up, Rhett? How you doing? So the part that we're on right now So hold on. We're definitely doing this somewhere. If we do a get, we should be able to see how we're doing that. Ah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. More music though. And yeah, I'm not so sure that we need to care about timing attacks on any of these ends. It's really just for the auth. So if they are different, then we have an issue, because currently only the user can fetch themselves. Your English is fine. It is about 7 p.m. Yeah, how you doing, Enzo? Right, so yeah, what is on our user type? So business ID there should be dead. Ooh, and what the hell was service account used for? Yeah, that part doesn't help us. Alright, so user ID, name, email. I think we can call good. Service account and MFA, recovery code, and secret key. Now, we could do it another way and do a pick. Then pick is more future-proof. Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, so I think that endpoint's good. User can fetch themselves and they can get some data about themselves. Sure. Ooh, and that's the issue. We got businesses get all, but really it's business get all, because the others follow the same convention. And this will just be the ones that a user has access to. Yeah. We'll stop that. Businesses here goes away. And then when we look at business here, yep. So our URLs are actually correct. Which means I just want to refactor this immediately. So then, yeah, we're at businesses. Right, it checks for those things to exist. And it looks like we weren't even making a request to that, so I think we're good. We don't need to refactor that at all. Damn, so, hold on. We got any Aaron Rodgers fans out there? He's blowing it right now, isn't he? In a bad way. They are losing 7-23 against San Francisco. Their defense isn't stopping San Fran. Bears actually have a chance to beat the Packers. Wait, are the Bears playing tonight as well? I thought the Bears already played. Oh, okay. Okay. Is that like a rivalry that I didn't know about? Like Bears versus Packers? Duh, Bears. Okay, that's a thing. I didn't know that. Okay. Damn, it's looking like Danielle's gonna actually squeak this one out. Because Debo's killing it. I need Kittle to not be productive at all. Like, I need him to get no more points. Oh, Debo just got some more points. That's not good. You're from Chicago, so you're a Bears fan all the way through. Gotcha. I'm gonna do one more of these, but it's the last one I can have. Oh, he just threw an interception? He's over the hill. Like, he's not worth any money he's getting paid at this point. I mean, good on him for extracting money from a failing company, Or from a failing team. Like, you know, get that bag. But yeah, he should have retired, but, I mean, he likes money. If someone's willing to pay him, why wouldn't he take it? I think Danielle beats me. Man. I think Danielle wins. Alright, no one's talking shit in the fantasy football channel, at least. Danielle deserves to talk some shit, though. Alright, so yeah, looking back at what we're doing, we got the users get endpoint, the businesses, we call good for now. We need to look back at the front end. Sneaky, is it a project you're done with and you're ready to launch it? If not, just use a working title and who cares? Absolutely, you should not care about the name of the thing until you actually want to launch it, and then you spend the time figuring out. That means that you have the MVP done, and you're good to go. Now, I thought I had the MVP of Walter done, which is why I locked down the domain and all that. It turns out I didn't, and I got more work to do. But I at least put in the work.
You're listening to Calico Balls. Don't touch that dial.
Ooh, I mean, Sneaky Fox, you don't even need, like, proper emails when you're in dev, right? Like, do you not remember how I was doing it? Right, just log out the magic link that you would care about and just use the magic link directly. Like, you don't need to actually do full-on emails when you're in the MVP stage. So then it becomes even easier. Maybe I misunderstood the context. Oh, I guess, yeah, if you're given a URL, how do you, like, navigate to that? You can still set up the universal routing. Navigate to it in the URL, and then universal routing should kick in and send you to the app. Right? Yeah, no worries. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how I've done it in the past too. Just because, like, counting on email delivery during dev is already, like, slowing you down massively. Because of the time it takes for the email to arrive and blah, 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 and, like, setting up the email account for it. And what about if you want to test other users with different, like, permissions, etc., then you got to set up an email address for them. And, like, yeah, it's just so much extra effort. Yeah, I know nothing about the Supabase aspect of it, so I'm curious about that, actually. Okay. Yeah, so here, user service dot get user. We don't want to split it because that is not going to be correct. Oh, so I'm not consuming a library that can read JSON Web Token. npm JS JSON Web Token. JWT code is the thing. Yep. Let's make sure I spelled it right. Wait, Jets got the ball back and they scored a touchdown. Okay. Go Jets. All right, I'll take it. Oh no, that was out of date. Let me do a refresh, because that didn't seem right. Alright, Jets have the ball, though. Alright, alright. I just did that in the API. Air bricks. Oops. Yeah, the front end needed JWT code. Damn, San Fran is just killing it. Let me do one thing real quick. Damn, is Moody rostered? Shit. Damn, someone's got him. Holy shit. Dude, Robert Tables is getting 19 fantasy points from Jake Moody. Hold on, I gotta send that over to the Discord. Oh no. Damn it! The Jets are going for 2-point attempts. I need them points, man! Oh, those fucking jerks. Just take the free 1-pointer. Yeah, I'm massively questioning the coaching staff of the Jets right now. Why would they go for 2 right there? No matter what, it's a 2-score game. That was a terrible choice. Dude, yeah, the Jets have some horrible coaching staff. And they're holding. Dude, yeah. Fucking Jets, man. Oh well. I need to pick basically any other kicker because I don't trust the Jets coaching staff to actually do it right. And yeah, that verbal flub may have been accurate. The Jets coaching staff. Right? Like, what's the spread? Did they go for 2 because, like, they know they just need to beat the spread for people, like, gambling on them? It would make sense. The Jets are in Jersey, right? Gambling-driven football? Oh, really, John Hua? Were you in marching band? Yes, but you suck. Could have been worse. Oh, and Enzo, I missed your follow. Sorry. Otabek, I think I called out, but thank you. And then Ariel, thank you for the follow just now. Appreciate it. The person that was shilling Cursor earlier. Are you even still out there? Nope. Looks like they're gone. Who even was that? Anyone remember? It's probably ages ago. Was it before or after? Our rant about routing. I think it was after the rant about routing, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think it was before the rant about routing. All right. Yeah, no, Omni, I think 100% it's gambling. So yeah, just never trust a Jersey team. That's the big gist of it. But anyway, let's get some more music on. Oh, here's a good question. Is a turducken a monad? And I replied with, I'm pretty sure it's a higher order component. Are they the same thing, though? Is a higher order component a monad? I am less qualified to debate. And keep in mind, I'm a master debater. All right. So JWT decode. We want to get I'm not sure what we want to get. It should be embedded within the token, but we're gonna have to find out now. All right, so I think we need to do the re-login thing, because our token has been invalidated due to needing to log in again. so we see that fail out for sure. We don't see that. Yeah, okay, so sub here is just the user ID. And we only want to, yeah, so that's actually accurate. Right, so there we set the user.
What were you looking at in the window? A machine gun? I'd like to have one. You get caught with a gun, you wind up in a slammer for a long stretch. Even knives are bad. Even knives are bad. This one right here. Pigs pick you up. You throw it in the gutter. DA's got no case. You point a gun.
All right, so hold on. I do got to go pee again.
Use a knife.
BRB.
Light.
What we want to do here is check for if the user...
$1,000 dentist bill. Are you
Oh, yeah, if the user has a last used business ID. But we have to do it after we've gotten the user? We don't necessarily have to. But this is where we get into like a weird race condition. All right, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Give him an enema.
Okay. So I'm back. And yeah, we probably got like 15 minutes left. I turned on the fryer anyway, just cuz. Because, yeah, like, we always got tomorrow. We can do these concurrently for a better user experience. All right, so we're gonna get the user. Now, we have to fetch the user first, no matter what we do. There's going to be a slight waterfall on these requests. Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, no, I was gonna fetch the business based upon what the user has set as their most recent. We don't need that. No, instead, yeah, hold on. Businesses is equal to no, waterfall is when you have like dependent, like, I mean, I guess yes, but it's about like the order in which requests need to happen. right? So if you have a request that needs to depend on a previous request, that is somewhat waterfalled. But when you have more than 2 in a row, then it's definitely a waterfall of requests. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's about the same. You'll only ever fetch the businesses for the current user. I feel like I want to scope admin specific dependencies. Like totally separate. Yeah, admin stuff should be completely separately fetchable. Now, let's double check that our endpoint is actually doing that. Oh, and this endpoint's not doing any of it. Damn right. All right, so then get all by ID. No, this is drama sand, so it's not monospace, because I don't care about monospace. In my terminal, yeah, right, we're using comic mono. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, I think we have our work cut out for us because we don't want to do businesses table. Not yet. Yeah, so it's 8 o'clock. I need to get some food in me, and then I got a bunch of work to do tonight to finish up my slides for GitHub Universe to submit my first draft. Does that mean they need to be finished? No, but it means I need to have at least, like, a decent bit. Yeah, you're totally right there, Omni. Yep, 100%. Damn, the Jets are just blowing it. So yeah, if I look at it, I'm pretty sure Danielle just beat me. Yep, he's winning by 0.4 points. I need a field goal, and I need them to run out this clock. Come on, Jets, just take a field goal, man. I need basically any other kicker besides Zerline, because the Jets are never going to give it to me. Come on, Jets. At this point, I'm hoping they don't get like a touchdown here and they have to kick the field goal. Come on, Jets. Just blow it. No touchdown. No touchdown. Take a field goal. Call it good. Wait, Tyrod Taylor is back out? So wait, did they take... They took Aaron Rodgers out? What the fuck? Just take the field goal, guys. Just take the field goal. Don't let San Francisco get any more points, and I'm good. Yeah, when it's already a lost game, like it, you know, yeah. Give the backup some time. I just need him to take a field goal here. And not leave enough time for San Fran to get any more points. I'm on pins and needles. Oh, man. Yeah. This game's gonna drive me to drinking. Just kidding. I'm already doing it. We're doing one more. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, grind out that clock. Come on, Jets. Just give me a field goal and we're good, man. I just need a field goal, and then San Fran will, like, take a knee, and, you know, it's good to go. No, they got a touchdown. Shit. All right, so I'll get one more point out of it. What if Zerline misses this? Wait, are they going to go for 2 again? Don't tell me they're going for 2 again. Like, you're watching. What are they doing? Come on. Premiere. Oh, you're delayed? Okay. Wait, they failed the PAT? They failed a 2-point again? Why the fuck are they going for 2 points? God damn it. God, the fucking Jets, dude. Sorry, Premiere. Spoiler alert. God. Fucking Jets, man. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers just sucks, but no, like, the coach is the one fucking up. He's gone for 2 in moments that didn't matter. Like, just take the points, dude. Yeah, really weird 2-point attempts. Yeah, dude, the Jets. I'm ditching Zerline. I'll take any other kicker at this point. Like, dude, that's so annoying. I've lost by half a point in my fantasy because whoever is the coach of the Jets has no fucking idea what's going on. Just take the points. All right. Anyway, we're going to go raid someone. The fucking Jets, dude. No, definitely not. No, there is nothing to it other than just greed. Them trying to practice. Dude, yeah. Stupidest thing I've ever seen. I hope whatever coach decided to go for 2 there loses their job. Let's see. Yeah, dude, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. They can just practice in practice. You know, like, dude. It wasn't a lost game when they missed that first one. All right, we're going to go raid Coding with Strangers. Dude, the fucking Jets, man. Their coaching staff is just the worst. Whatever. I'm getting any other kicker at this point. Coding with Strangers. Dr. Kid Inspect fans got mad at me. All right. Anyway, yep. Thank you for hanging out, people on YouTube and Algora. Yeah, the fucking Jets screwed me. As is tradition. That's what they're good at, right? When was the last time the Jets actually, like, made it to the playoffs? I feel like it's been a long time. But yeah, so YouTube, Algora, I'll see you guys